69.9 The Hedge, featuring your favorite classic hits, with your host, Beans. Oh, wait a minute. He'll be right back after these messages.
Have you ever felt sad, lonely, bored? Well, come to Beans Stream. With Beans, life becomes more fun. Follow him and join him on his adventures. Subscribe and follow today!
You're listening to 69.9 The Hedge.
Welcome Roadhogs. I'm so excited to do some driving today. Welcome in everyone. We got Moostasm, we got Miss Rose Maeve, who's working the poll today. Hell yeah. Quasi coming second. What a gentleman. Dub Shadow, welcome in. Quasi's not here for long. Doing Christmas decorating. Oh. You know what? It is close enough to December. I guess we let that fly. We let that ride. At least you let Halloween have its time, you know? That's what matters. I'm a little far for you to grab. Yeah, I have to settle for something a little less filling. Well, I'll tell you what. I did hear rumors. I've heard rumors that my boy Quasi is particularly filling. But perhaps that's a little much for this stream. And besides, something recently has me craving smaller schnackos. But I digress. Let's drive some cars. Thanks again for your patience also. Just inhaled a plate of lasagna because I suddenly got really hungry. Got my workout in today, feeling good. Oh, crazy. Truly. We do love the treats. I'm definitely a little much for the stream. It's why I'm glad y'all tolerate me. Wouldn't start until December 1st. That's okay. Like I said, we're within basically a week. I think it's fair game. It's okay to be a little premature once in a while. Just spices things up. Leaves less work for later. After Thanksgiving? Yeah, here in Leafland, we celebrate Thanksgiving at a different time. We celebrate in October. So I always find it interesting when, Oh yeah, fair enough. Yo, Duck's here. What's up, Duck? Hope you're well. Duck's got a great sense of humor. Duck's also a streamer, so you know, quackening. What have you been streaming lately? I haven't been able to make your streams. We're, in radically different time zones. Doing good, mate? How about you? I'm doing fucking fantastic. I'm really excited to do some driving today. Get some... feed the brainworms with my hyperfixation, so... we get to work the nimble fingies all over this controller with something I'm actually familiar with. Which always feels good. A Ford Fiesta? I do like the Fiesta. Rocket League and Demon Souls. Hell yeah, Quackening's actually really solid Rocket League player. If I recall correctly, he was... I think I'd rank him a little bit higher than I am. What do you play at? Diamond... or not, sorry, not Diamond. Champ 1, Champ 2, something like that would be my guess. At least that's my measure from back when we were playing with Gav. And Demon Souls is always fun. The Souls-likes can be really enjoyable. Diamond 2-3 is current. I think that's undervaluating you a little bit, but the nature of modern Rocket League makes it really difficult to break into champ, so I get it. Haven't been champ in 2 years? I was champ way back when. But the skill, what do you call that? The skill creep has pushed me out of champ. I haven't kept up with Rocket League, so... But I hear you there, brother. I'm all washed up Rocket League player. Hogwash, you could say. Hogwashed. Like a fun car. I think we're just gonna be doing some little races with some stock cars. We're not gonna overthink it. Trying to get back to champ, but it won't happen this season, I don't think. Yeah, fair enough. Oh, I gotta make sure my sound settings are working. That sounded loud. Drift, because that's the loudest thing. I should turn it down a smidge. Depends how much you guys like the actual game audio. I think I'm pretty clear over it, but I'm still going to turn it down a smidge. Alrighty, let's get to some cars. I'm just going to grab whatever's available. Rally Monsters, A-Class. I'm sure I got something in there. If you don't mind carrying, I'm pretty sure there are plenty of glizzies who'd love to play with you, Quacks. That's true. Yeah, we were going to bring... Rocky Bean Saturday back to this stream after the Togro collab. So that should be fun. We didn't do it this week. I still got to talk to the glizzies about it. But we are thinking about it. And if ever you wanted to join us, Duck, of course you'd be welcome. And likewise to all the glizzies. I don't know if Duck plays community games, but you should check out his channel. You might learn a thing or two. Come on, race, huh? Oddly enough, the thing I'm in is a rally monster. I'd be up for it. Just gotta work out times, especially with time zone deltas. Yeah. Yeah, that would be 9 or so Eastern on Saturdays. Pretty sure the clocks spin the other way around in your neck of the woods, so I'm not quite sure how to translate it. Oh, wow, okay, you just stopped. No NASCAR action there at all. Sure. Can't really see. I'm gonna be super out of practice. Didn't really play much this last month. Expect a lot of janky crashes. Case in point. Oh, why is the wheel locking like that? Struggling. I think I've got to loosen up the front differential a little bit so that my brakes aren't locking the front wheels. And also not positioning super well for the corners. Try to get a little wider. Take the curve nicer. Wow, what was that? I definitely had this set up way differently than how I drive now. This is a historic build. Not up to date for the modern Bean style. The differentials really spin the car when I get on throttle. Good lord. Managed to avoid the contact there at least, even though it was kind of a surprising road situation. This would be like such a highly technical course, wow. Ooh, big splash right off the top. Oh, I got distracted by the splash. Splashy moment. I'll give you that as soon as I'm done this race here. Linity's got such a lovely laugh. So glad I cracked her up the one day. I really miss driving on the sim. I can't wait to get into Dirt Rally again. Oh, Fatal's here. What's up, Fatal? Been a while. I know you've been fiending for the racing content too. Today we're just relaxing, but I'm gonna set up some redeems for next week, Monday. So if you want me to tune something or take a look at something, I'm probably gonna break out. We'll see what kind of time I have. I'm just gonna do a lot of the daily challenges today. But I might check out that 22B again. I'm a fiend for the racing content. Hell yeah, it's good to see you. It's been a while. Alright, let me catch up. That was a really tricky course to actually keep up with messages. Yeah, matching time zones always always convenient. Yeah, Australia is tricky. It's tricky to coordinate with Australia unless you want to do really late night, which I can manage, but a lot of my glizzies are a lot of the Roadhogs work morning jobs, you know? Also, no, we missed you on Saturday. So good to see my good boy in chat. That was a barrier. Hope that helps. Thanks, Zaki. I really appreciate your input. It's really helpful. Gotta do some work, but I'll be here. Love you. Appreciate it as always. All right, we got the sippies and sippies and stretchies. See where my noise gate's at. I didn't even check that before the stream. Yeah, it's proper strong. Let's reel that back for some sippies. Just a stream reminder from this horn hog to stay moist, road hogs. Big sippy moment. Oh yeah, stretchies. We got man, my Assetto Corsa Rally Brain is really impressed by the brake distances in this game. Are the brakes oh yeah, I remember you making that comment actually, because when you switch to Dirt Rally, you're like, oh, I can actually brake. Assetto Corsa must have some really weak ones. Yeah, the 22B can be way better, but as for now, I feel like mine is as good as I can get it. Curious to see what you can do with it. I tried using the default, like the stock engine, and I'd like to see how that compares to the flat 4. I do think the flat 4's torque curve is really, really impressive, and I like it. But I tried to use the stock to see if I could get some more beans or something. Organizing another co-stream for Rocket League? Heck yes, providing nothing pops up to change plans. It'll be in a couple weeks' time. You let me know whenever that is. I'd love to be there. You and Gav are both swell company. A proper set of orange peelers, along with Maeve, of course, who is there. Something tells me Maeve will not be inclined to join us. I think Rocky Beans peeled her orange. Yeah, that torque pattern's nuts, dude. That torque spike in the lower RPMs means, like, if you get the vehicle lateral, no matter what, the RPMs will fall into that peak torque, and so it's always going to be available. I love that about that flat 4. It's really, it looks really good, and it's light, like you said, and it just looks great. It's probably the best engine. I was cooking something else to see if I could get it somewhere. Got a post on the Vibe Discord. Okay, gotcha. I'll look for it. I used to like do a whole setup every time there'd be like a car or one of these. Anymore, I just enjoy taking a stock. One of the stocks. Ooh, a Volkswagen from 14. 600 horses. Plus, I do remember this being a fun car. It must, yeah, it's on drag tires. The old A-class drag tire situation. Been there. This has got some beans too, holy. Oh wow, that's a light boy. All-wheel drive and it's super light. With 400 beans. You know, I'm just gonna take this Volkswagen, it'll be fun. A lot of people say the V8 is the best engine for it, but I don't know about that. It really depends, because while it can be torque and light over horsepower, that's going to help you like get sideways, right? With rally in particular and on dirt, the high torque is going to let you walk on your differentials laterally, so you move the car a lot more sideways, I think. But if you wanted to race it more like a proper, like something on like a GT car or whatever, you could take the V8. And as long as the tires, like as long as the wheels have enough traction to support the engine's extra weight, you get out ahead. But yeah, we can try each of the engines, honestly. Not gonna hurt. So This is a historic build. I have no idea how this is going to work, but this car looks extremely light, so we're hoping to get something out of that. We probably don't have a lot of top end, so we're really just looking for maneuverability. And you could see it there. That was barely driving the car, and the turning radius is just really strong. Oh, bro, why did you fly out into the wide section like that? Looks like I have some power on understeer. We expect that with the all-wheel drive. I also have the acceleration, which is nice. Oh, not always easy to pair all-wheel drive acceleration with maneuverability. But somehow I got it onto this build. I'm not necessarily saying the build is good, but it's an interesting combo to be sure. Dug a little deep into the RPMs there. Shouldn't have done that. Ooh, that power on understeer cooked me a little bit. We got out of it though. Little rubbing is racing action there. For the fans at home, that's for the NASCAR fans. We take the inside every time on this car. It's so light. That guy did not want to yield that position. Kind of traded some paint, but that's racing. Not my best corner execution. Created some space for the chasers. $22B is an all-wheel drive with tons of acceleration. It takes advantage of its slide power to get through bends, and it works out because it's dirt. Yeah, exactly. That's why I think the high torque curve is doing you favors. Although on dirt, having more weight doesn't hurt you either. Not as much as it does on the pavement. Oh, did I stretch? I didn't really stretch. Stretching heck good now. Oh. Stretching just generally feels so much better with the working out. What did I do today? I did a bunch of well, I mentioned that I outgrew my weights already. So within the matter of a month, like I said, I've outgrown the weights that I have here. I'm getting some new ones soon, and I'm super excited to actually put some weight on the bar for some deadlifts. Currently, I'm doing deadlifts Romanian style because the bar is just too light. I've only got a 90-pound bar, which is hot, by the way. Thank you. I am almost feeling cute enough to post some muscly pics. I'm almost there. Honestly, I said 500 followers or 1,000. I'll easily be feeling cute enough for 500 followers, some pics. My upper body already looks so much more cut, and not like bodybuilder cut, but like proper. There's not a lot of fluff there. It's just meat, and I'm pretty happy with that. I managed to grow out the triceps a bit because I felt that they were a little bit. Well, my biceps generally have looked good for a long time, but my triceps. You don't use your triceps regularly. sitting around on a computer. I at least got to work biceps because I would lift things on occasion, but triceps are for pushing, and you don't push a lot in like an everyday situation, so I was really happy that I managed to fill out my triceps a bit. Also, the weights are too light to develop my, not my lats, what are they? My traps. So, I'm kind of upset about that. I've got a little trap development, but like it's not as much as I'd like. Oh my god, okay, just slay me, guy. Guy wanted his car all up in my rear bumper. Alright. What else is going on? Oh right, so at this point I'm pretty sure I could get at least 2 plates on an Olympic bar pretty without easily on a typical deadlift. I'd be interested to see what my 1 rep would be. Something tells me I could probably get something over 200 pounds, but I still need to... It's still really early and I don't want to push it and hurt myself. Let's see. What else is going on there? We got some good grippy training today, some good obliques. That's another thing, as I mentioned, I have some fluff about my middle. I got my belly, but I'm really happy to see some ab development. So it is nice. The kegger's coming back. Anyway, I'm just yammering on about it. Just a big part of my life right now. I'm excited about it. I'm really struggling to find ground here. We're already on lap 3, there's no way I get this. Dang, no foot cam, unsub. Respectable. Honestly, respectable opinion. I'm blocked? Blocked feels like a bit much. That's funny as fuck, though. Welcome in, baby Dumpkin. Hope you're doing well. I know you've been struggling a little bit the last couple days with injury. Here for toes only. Damn. Dumpkin's here for the Tonely fans. Actually, Tonely fans sounds good. I could make that work. Toes and tone. But we're gonna spread them for Dumpkin right here. Let me help, bands. No way. Does the beans not refer to toe beans? I mean, it certainly can refer to toe beans. All right, let's actually race this time instead of yammering on about weights. Imagine if you could English. English is hard. Don't worry. Don't sweat it. We're gonna race a lot more aggressive because we had less time than we thought. My 5th gear feels long, like I can't actually accelerate. Oh. Okay, we kind of saved it, but that was rude. That was pretty smooth move right there. Maybe a little dangerous. Wouldn't do that in real racing, but hey, we need the Forza win, so we do it. These are just NPCs. I'm gonna push that guy wide. Sorry, guy. Oh, he's got me back. That's fair. That's fair. Ooh. I don't quite have the acceleration to beat him there. Oh, we got it though. We got it. Smooth move. No worries. What else was going on today? Now I can go back to weightlifting. Oh. Can we? No, we're fine. What else? Obliques I was working today. Due to my middle fluff, they're not really a dominant part of my physique, but they have to be strong in order to get some proper compound lifts, so we always train the supporting muscles, you can't leave them out. Some pelvic thrusts today. We're developing the hammies in ways, the hammies and glutes, okay? The moob and glute game in 2025 is crazy, so we're really playing catch up. Gotta get the hammies developed, really gotta cake up. And so far, so good. Null knows what I'm talking about. I know Null's rocking some cake too. Bean got dumpy. Bean's developing some much rounder dumpy for sure. Working on it. Oh yeah, I did see that you had said you lifted a washer, which is a feat for sure. Yeah, they can weigh. Yeah. They can weigh quite a bit. Pelvic thrust? Yeah, that's how you get your hammies and your glutes worked. Let me create a picture for you all. So what you do is you lay on your back, then you plant your feet in such a way that you can lever your body up at an angle, right? So you lever your body up so that you're basically on your shoulders, right? And the rest of your body is just straight towards your knees. And if you're ambitious about it, you stack some weight on your midsection. So currently I've got 50 pounds on my pelvis while I do that. And it's still kind of light work, but again, I don't have like a lot of weight sitting around that's really convenient, and I'm just using some dumbbells and stuff, so I don't want it shifting around a bunch. So it's already complicated enough to put like a 30-pound dumbbell with another 2 10s. Once we get a proper like bar and stuff working, we'll be able to actually load that up a little bit. But yeah, that's how you do the pelvic thrusts and work the hamstrings and the glutes. I know how I was being degenerate. Fair enough. I just wanted to paint a picture, is all. I know Maeve's not the only one in my chat that knows how to pelvic thrust, you know? Keep doing hip thrusts and you'll be painting something alright. All I can say to that is that I am something of a Jackson Pollock fan.
Turn left. Turn left. In 400 meters, turn left.
Oh my god, it fucking kills me. The first time chatter rolls into that. Holy shit. Welcome in, Lame Jake. I recognize that name. That's a Lenny Beans, right? Is that where I know you from? Lenny Beans stream? Pelvic thrust talk as soon as I arrive. I'm blushing, hog me. You bet. Oh my god, that's so fucking funny. Thank you so much for chiming into that. That is just gold. What a moment. What a time to be alive.
Turn right. You have arrived at your destination.
Look at this physique. Perfect for thrusting. That's what we're saying. Glad to chime in for my favorite activity. You'll fit right in here. Welcome in. Thrusting, not painting. Oh, yes, of course, of course. Gotta be careful in this chat. You'll have some volunteers for sure. Sorry, Dumpkin. It is a film I've been dying to get more familiar with, but currently my only experience of Rocky Horror Picture Show is it ambiently being on when I was hanging out with the queer club. Popular in those circles. And I'm ashamed, straight up ashamed to admit that I'm unfamiliar. Beyond just that exposure. And the song, obviously. Watched it for the first time last year. Okay, I'm not the only one a little behind. That's fine. That is not the way we want to take that corner. I got greedy. I wanted more than that corner was willing to give me. Alright, we gotta make a proper move here, but we don't have a lot of beans for the straight. This is not an ideal course for this particular vehicle. Our higher gears are quite long. We don't get a lot of acceleration. Let's see where we place. We might have to switch cars. Someone please drain the hog. He's backed up. The backed up hog. No. A tragedy. Horn hog hours. Barges through the door. I got the canvas. Had to check the hardware store for all the oil-based paint. I was out. Why is everybody naked? Chat's working on it. True, chat's trying to peel my orange. I'm trying to race. Y'all make fun of me for crashing and shit, but look at this chat right now. How is anybody supposed to concentrate? Oh, guy. Oh, guy. Alright, you know what? That one's gonna be That was half my fault anyway. I gotta watch it so bad, might throw it on tonight if no one cool is streaming later. That's a good idea. I gotta get it. I gotta get it in me too. Bled too much speed for that line. Definitely gonna have to be refamiliarizing ourselves with some of the core principles of racing. Oh, I thought I could sneak out on the inside there. We got a little fender bender though instead. Oh, that was good. Except that guy forgot where his gas pedal was. On the same line. Alright, we're looking for a pass to make this stick, but honestly, if we get second in the series, that's not the end of the world. Oh, same place. Same place I threw it wide. Come on. Put down all the beans here. Who needs a brake pedal? Who needs a brake pedal? Who needs to shift gears? Oh, I do, unfortunately. Fuck. That's alright, second's fine. Trying to peel your orange statements coming from you today are unreal. That's an ongoing meme, to be honest. We got plenty of orange peelers in this chat. Look at that. We had the gentlemanly position. We came second, and we still won. Orange what now? Orange peelers. We've got plenty of orange peelers in chat. Plenty of folks around here know how to peel someone's orange. Or get their orange peeled, for that matter. I want to adjust my chat box. It looks like it's going to give Lex anxiety. Let me catch up. Speaking of orange, I still have to drink the rest of that 1.5 liter jug of horrible tasting orange juice in my fridge. Oh damn. 1.5 liter all at once? Don't hurt yourself. Someone give the bean that Roadhead. Roadhead really does Roadhog shenanigans. Damn. I volunteer as tribute. Damn, Roadhead enthusiasts fit well in the Roadhog gang for sure. Me next. Oh. I wasn't expecting a line. Tag team Roadhead? Are we kidding right now? That's a fucking image. That just sounds difficult logistically. But I guess I'd make it work for y'all. It's getting straight teeth. Ugh. Straight teeth is diabolical. Look. some people have braces and retainers, and I'm not going to turn down a good time, is my point. Risky business. You need a little texture. Damn. Missing, I know you're not the only nibbler in the chat, for sure. Texture enthusiast. Damn. It's like the pulp. Well, yeah, that's what, yeah. There's stages of orange peeling, okay? There's like a typical peeling of an orange. But then there's like stripping an orange bare. And then there's just absolutely pulping someone's orange, okay? They're all different. But there's a place for all of them. It's doable, not speaking from experience. I mean, I'll believe you. Always trust the experience. I miss Missing's comment. Thanks for pinning that and all. Perfect. No notes. Going out with a bang? Sometimes it's not with a bang, but with a whimper, you know? The Peeling Chronicles, hell yeah. I'm so confused, but I'm also horned up. That's not surprising. Vampire or not, the gusher is one of the best parts of the experience, just missing. Oh, fucking nailed that. Excuse me, guy. I'm coming through. Oh, this is all... I'm front wheel drive on fucking dirt and I'm set up stock for like a road car. This is horrible. This is a tragedy. This is effort. I would not be able to focus on a tag team roadhead situation. Oh my god. Gentle is boring. Lame Jake is a pulper. I'm getting the impression. Not a peeler, but a pulper. Gushing is the best part. I knew Maeve would have taste, which is just a fun word to evoke in that context. Oh yeah, we got some pavement. Let's put her down. Oh, come on. Get the pass, get the pass, get me there. Get me there. Keep it pinned. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Just eats the whole peel, devours it. Chews on it like a gummy cluster. So much neck missing. Practically all neck. That neck guy. Imagine the sound of that gulp. That's gotta be strong. Garbling the garbanzos tonight. All that neck too, I bet Ambi could get into those hard to reach places. Let's go, it's Forbin time. Very good. Suck your soul. Heck yeah. We live for the moment the soul leaves the body. Definitely tweeted about a puppy girl chewing on your bone. That's hilarious. Did you teach her any tricks while you're at it? This thing is too young for intimacy, wow. Maeve loves tricks. I like teaching tricks. I have a couple favorites.
Turn around when it is safe to do so. In 200 meters...
There was something about something in the way you said that shivers down my spine into my soul. Soul is the part of the body that's hardest to reach. But once you get a handle on it,
you will arrive at your destination.
when you can really rock someone's world. Silly beans, tricks are for kids. Amaze. Alright, listen. This is the beans chat, okay? You don't fight over anything, you fuck over it. Go wear each other out. Whoever's still got stamina after that, I'll be here. That's what I'm saying. That's how I knew missing was gonna be a nibbler. I didn't even have to know for sure. Already doing the primal play. I'm not flirting, don't believe in sinning like that. Jake just skips all of that nonsense and goes straight to the pulping. Who needs context, nuance, foreplay? Forget all that shit. Jake wants one thing and I respect it. The Butthole Royale. Men want one thing and it's fucking. I like how my relationship with Beans went from him denying making any sexual references to him becoming a full-blown flirty hog. Dreamer hog, yeah. So I mentioned this before. One of my favorite bits when I am making new friends is I'll say a lot of things that have two meanings, and then I'll pretend when when that person laughs about it and goes, "Oh, that sounds like you're saying this," I'll be like, "What? No, that's crazy." I had Bojaz going for like 6 months, something like that. It was beautiful. Give us a demo? It's highly contextual humor. I don't know, like I say things all the time. Felt like Gone with Goose Juice, never knowing if it was really real or not. That was honestly one of my favorite subtleties of that, or nuances of that. You say things, prove it. Prove it? I got quotes. Let's try that. There you go. Let's get another one. Proof that I've said things. Oh, I knew that was gonna hit. It's so karmic when Zom comes here. Oh my god. I swear I didn't ask for a specific quote. Oh my god. Yeah, Jake, if you like the tone here, Ambi streams, that ambitious guy streams, and we're different but similar, obviously, but like one of my favorite things about Ambi is like he'll just kind of be doing something and there'll be a period of silence and then he'll just fucking left field the shit out of you, and that was one of my favorite things. It was just like I can't even remember what the previous thing we were talking about, but it was something like mundane. And then there's like 10 seconds of silence while he's playing, I can't remember, Jack and Daxter or something. And he's just like, suddenly tells us, he's like, so I got a foot job once, and just like drops this story, and it was so fucking incredibly funny. He also does this thing where he gets me all horned up and then shames me for pushing it. But it's just part of our dynamic. I love it. We've all been there. To be fair, true. Wait, that's how the foot job lore got dropped? Yeah, it was just like totally unprompted. Ambi just like rolled it out. And it was my favorite thing. Of course, you know, with myself and some of the other chatters here, we did ask follow-up questions, but it was the sheer just like absolute contrast, like breakneck whiplash of the moment. And I personally am just such a fucking fan of that. I can have two conversations about totally separate things, and they can be heavily juxtaposed, and I just think it's really, really funny. That ambitious guy's a treasure. That's what I'm saying. What did I join to? Welcome in, Breadman God. Equal parts. Thou art in leaven. Give us this day our daily crumb. You joined to a little bit of misbehaving in the chat today, but I'm here for it. Yeah, it was so random that we had to make it an ongoing joke. Exactly. Like, yeah. It was so fucking good. Playing that horror game, and he was like, I'm not into feet, but I did gain a new appreciation after I got a foot job. It was such a segue. It was so beautiful. Never forget that foot job guy. That gonna make me crumb. Would you describe that as a loose crumb or a tight crumb? The best combo vibe where people just drop the fun lore or existential question out of nowhere. That's what I'm saying. Just like forget context, forget segue. Just so this was happening the other day, and just fucking, oh my god. I'm almost crying right now. I'm fucking laughing about it so hard. You can't say you love women if you don't really mean from head to toe, IMO. Yo, missing that song, what was that? The Plantas song you shared where you translated the lyrics? That was wild. That was incredible. Thank you so much for sharing that. That was in MB's Discord. The foot job came out of nowhere, both Ambi and Beans, surprisingly. A thick and heavy crumb, yes. Really worked the dough. Oh, I know I missed some chats, but holy Lord. All I can say is I fucking adore my chatters. You guys are the best. Gotta get more quote love happening. Yeah, we slacked on it for a while for sure. Was a silly thing to do there. Got 3 laps. Also happy to see the Speedy Bean stream. Hell yeah. I've been missing driving so much. And I've got a lot more chat activity than I used to when I was driving before. So it's going to take a little adjusting. And I'm going to make mistakes. But I'm so fucking here for it. I'm just casually playing some Forba while chatting with you guys. You guys are the best part of the stream. All these roadhogs out here peeling oranges. Pulping in Jake's case, relatively exclusively. But again, we respect it all here. We don't shame anybody for the proclivities. Unless, of course, they're into degradation, in which case we all think you're scum and unworthy of the air you breathe. I'm always hot and bothered, so I gotta share it. I gotta share that gift with everyone, Jake. But it's always great to meet a fellow fan. Months. Yeah, I remember. Breadman God was one of my earlier followers. I've only been streaming for 6 months. The fish seer emote is incredible. Oh, damn. Breadman God dropping the cake in chat. Here I thought we were keeping it to the unsweetened loaves. But look at all that sugar. I left for a bit, and I see my lore has been discussed. I love it. It's my favorite way to advertise your channel, that foot job guy. That's true, but we always appreciate when you stop by. Today in particular has been a very funny, chaotic moment. The tone of my streams has shifted quite considerably since you first joined, and in ways that I have to admit that I truly and enthusiastically like. But I can understand if it's not a cozy vibe, and if it's not your vibe, I don't fault you. The tone of the stream? Question mark. Yeah, we got the tow bros. We got the pit crew. We got the hipsters. We're starting clubs all over the place. Yeah, Beans now doesn't hide his slick words. He accepts and amplifies the glazing. Don't get me started. I am something of a glazer. And I have only good things to say about all of you. Is this where, is that where this emote comes from? So originally, actually no, it's where this emote comes from. Hold on. Yeah, Zamnam was already on top of it. Previously, the other little feats were just to sort of represent brake and gas pedal clutch kind of action because of all the racing themes, but you know what? Things spiraled a little from there, and now we spread the toes for the bros. That's okay, we like the cake here too. You don't need the toes. Gonna hit the proverbial sack and go to bed. Have a good night, baby dumpkin. We pour one out. I actually think that the pour command works. Let's give it a shot. Finally got something working. And that's not a performance anxiety joke. Even if it is. Can't be everything, right? You think the odds are we do the challenge and actually get it? Gute Nacht. Gute Nacht, cutie.
I can understand things. Smiling at
Pumpkin, that's pretty good. What a fortuitous typo. Absolutely Freudian. You proud to say you made Larkin laugh like this recently? Epic. Larkin's a good dude. I like Larkin a lot. So it brings me joy to hear he was laughing.
Beans in beating those furry allegations.
The Beans guy sucks though. He will if you ask him to. He just likes permission first. I just laughed so fucking hard, you horny freak. Still one of my favorite moments ever. Being called a horny freak. By that ambitious guy. That's a moment I cherish from the stream. That's up there with the fist bump, honestly. The fist bump is number one. But being called a horny freak on your channel, live, with such a assertive, genuine tone, it was beautiful. I cherish that moment. I carry it with me everywhere I go. Hell yeah. I still cherish the moment. I cherish the moment and the genuine little sentiment there, but also I still have a recording of you losing your shit. That goes in the benign folder. I fucking love it. I watch that shit whenever I'm feeling down. Oh my god, why was he so just doing nothing there? Oh, it's so fucking wet. This road's absolutely slick. Can't get any traction. This was not the car for circuits. This is more of a power build. Oh my lord, that rear differential's just got me sliding everywhere. I see, the rear differentials are too strong. My ass end. I keep losing control of the dumpy. With all this slipperiness going on here. It's just a slip and slide. The dumpy's out of control. Oh yeah, we gotta change that. That's painful. The dumpy's so out of control that I might be in 8th place, but the dumpy is trying to come first. It's wild. Oh, that corner's so bad. Okay, I do not like this car. Dumpy always first in our hearts. So true. Absolutely preach. Alright, rear differential. Oh my god, it's nothing? It's nothing? How is this possible? Vehicle was so out of control. Hold on, we can lose some grip here. We have grip to lose. Not in the rear. Taking this. What's my arrow like? A little bit of rear wing would be nice. Could we put that into some horsepower maybe? 14 horses. 18 horses and a lighter load. $50 horses, but a heavier load. Or like nothing though. I say we go for it. Give this a shot. Alright, so we got a rear wing. That's going to keep the dumpy under control, for sure. We probably just drop the rear all the way to nothing. Unless it gives us some acceleration somewhere. Nope. Nope, we're just in A-class. We don't need it. Probably chill out on this a bit. Let's see. That's a pretty extreme delta, and I don't know if I like this. Caster. Oh, we can definitely reel this in. What's going on here? Ew. Ew. Oh, that gearing's atrocious. What happened? Make the steering a little snappier here. We'll get to this if we need to. This is a quarter. Why? Oh no, that's not enough. Maybe that was a part of it. That's a really loose spring rate. Alright, and now we do this. Let's see. Didn't want to out how atrocious it was. It was bad. This is an old build, but like it was bad. Bad. Not good boy energy. Spread the gonzo laugh. Hell yes. Alright, 0 to 61. 161, that's what we want. 0.966. 0.95. 5, that's no good. No. Okay, so we already had it at the bliss point, we just didn't do anything with the gears, which is So the final drive is good. We just didn't shorten up these other gears. They need shortening. That looks about right. Let's do that. You see, this is that nerd shit I don't do in racing games. I just put big titty anime bitches on the car in hopes it'll give it more horsepower. That's also a valid strategy. I'm not gonna knock that. But you need the gears. To actually behave, you gotta wrestle with it a little bit and make sure it behaves. Else it'll just keep acting up. Top 500 tips. Put the titties in the back so no one wants to pass you. True. And it puts more weight on the rear axle. So, you know, there's that too. Get more thrust that way. More forwards acceleration. Alright, I'm gonna have to take this thing for a little ride down the hill, and then we'll see what we feel about it.
In 100 meters, turn sharp right.
That launch reminded me of a Jeremy Broadbent video. He's like, I'm something of a tarmac specialist, and then he just plants it, and the car just spins, or like the tires just spin. He doesn't get a good launch at all, it's hilarious. The springs feel so ugly. Oh, it's so bad. And now that we got that arrow controlling the dumpy, the understeer induced by the spring rates is not good. Making the front axle super jittery. It sucks. It sucks, frankly, is what it does. Alright, give me the fucking tuning. Can we all agree the snowy levels are the best level? It depends. Snowy levels almost always have some of the best music. I won't deny that at all. Let's keep the springs a little bit stiff. But I always like when they use like the bells as instruments. It's always so tranquil and wonderful. Really is one of my favorite sounds. Still understeering. Do not like. But I'll take that understeer over what it was doing. It's understeering a lot though. We're really gonna have to fight the rear arrow. A little more transitional oversteer will help me get on the throttle earlier. Sorry, kids. We're in the tism right now. This bean just knows what it wants sometimes. And it's willing to work to get it. Steering, let's fix it. What can we do to help the understeer? I'll snappier steering because the dumpy's not gonna lose it. Stiffen up these springs. 300 here, we can bump this to 100 so that the front's not so loose. A lot more transitional oversteer here. The braking's probably good. Alright, try that. No, do not like. The Mario one where you slide on the penguin? Which one is that? Is that Mario 60? Yeah, Mario 64 you said. Okay, it's at least turning now. The vehicle is navigating the track, which we like. It feels like a proper GT vehicle with just the strong rear arrow. A little bit of understeer. But it keeps the vehicle ready for power. We just don't want to be doing any off-roading with it because it's a real stiff member. We have to respect the racing line. Can't be challenging the reds. Sandy Desert Levels got the best music though? Ah, that's a controversial take, but I do kind of know what you mean. Like, if we're talking like some sitar or something. Unless you're talking about Mario 64 specifically, because I don't know the soundtracks stupendously well. Alright, I say we put on a little bit more differential and we let it ride. I was talking in general. Okay. What do you like about the Desert Levels music? Is it the instrumentation? You just like the vibes? Nice vibes reminds me of that Middle Eastern guy in GTA 4. Wow. I don't know the specific character. But I also feel that I am not the complexion that's really the chosen one to speak on that topic. Alright, we're gonna take a Short break. I'm not stepping away. I'm just eating a granola bar. B9 is milk colored. Absolutely. Melanin deficient is another way to describe it for sure. I might have a bit of an olive complexion from my Greek heritage, which I also credit for my statue of David situation. Fucking Greeks. The Greek culture is actually hilarious that way, because they would like shame all of the... They were doing that shit where they're like, bigger brain, smaller PP, you know what I mean? Like, had to compensate. They definitely had their insecurities. Like, no, those barbarians out there with those huge dicks, they can't think properly. All the blood flows to their dick and they can't think. This was, of course, during a specific era, not just Greek in general, but it's hilarious that that was ever a thing.
Recalculating route.
My noseless bean? Oh yeah, that's what it is. It said I don't have a nose. But being modest in size does not remove your ability to be fucked stupid is the thing. So it's not really the vibe they're talking about. What's up, Tatted? Welcome in. Only a bad craftsman blames his tools. I've been preaching that too. Don't get me wrong. But yeah. And only a bad craftsman uses only one tool. You know what I mean? There was definitely worse times. Today, yes. I won't deny that I took great delight in the absolute misbehavior of the early stream today. That was fantastic. No notes. Me too, Tatted. I was so fucking excited. I was vibrating. The vibrating bean. Absolutely worked up. Alright, we got the slick surface, but we tamed the dumpy. Hopefully we can put some more power down. Oh my god, why? Alright, here we go. We got her out. We got her out. There it is. Alright, these are all players and they're all on my team, so we do not race disrespectfully here. We let them work. If we find an opportunity to pass, we take it. That's really only if they make a mistake. Oh, sorry, my guy. You did not have to take it that slow, surely. I understeer like a freaking pig, but that means you almost certainly could have done it. Oh yeah, that's my point. I guess he understeers like crazy too, if he couldn't do that turn. Holy shit, this build is just crazy compared to what I was driving. We're in a new dimension now. That's why we do the nerd shit. Guy's gonna try and cut me on the inside, but he understeers? Yep. Okay. Never mind, he's just gonna keep ramming me. That's okay, dude. I'm literally on your team, but don't worry about it. You just keep sticking your face right up in my dumpy. I appreciate it. I'd be lying if I said that wasn't true. Thank you for the stretch. I'll get to it. This is a live race, so I can't actually pause. There we go. Easy third. Oh. Big stretch. Thanks, Birdie. Always rolling in here, taking care of me. The kind soul. Just pause it, forehead. Not kind, you're the Lord of Evil. The Lord of Evil. Fair. Evil. Can't figure out the vibe I want to say that with. I am the Lord of Evil. So it's not a get a healthy stretch, Beans. It's an I'm gonna stretch you out kind of situation. I will say you missed some pretty good fun off the top of the stream. Not to put down any FOMO. We just had some good misbehavior going on. No, I'll do that, Beans. I mean, if you're really gonna blow my back out, I want some aftercare. And I know you're a larger fellow, so it'd be great if you could take Big Spoon. Of course, cutie. Good stuff. I don't get to be big. I don't get to be Little Spoon often, so I imagine I would cherish being held after. Holy shit, this vehicle is absolutely slaying right now. Oh, we're wide? Or we're... Not a good turning position there, but we took it. We took it well and made the best of it. Okay. Someone just sent it right into my dumpy at Mach 17. Love that. Good race, good race. Think you could read the quills after my back gets blown out? Like Braille? I think it's more of like tea leaves. What do they say? I can't remember the context of that. Seems Beans is not the only thing prickly today. I mean... I will say that my quills have been getting a lot of activity. This chat's been working me out. I think they say is how I've decided to read that. Yeah. 20k kph is that's actually some weak sauce. Gotta put some actual mustard into that pelvic thrust behavior. Dang, well I can't believe I'm so happy with this build. I think I'm actually gonna post this. This is really, really solid tune. I'm just gonna call it GT, I think. I think it's fairly all around. It's got good. Decent top speed. I think it's all around though. It's good for speed. Not best, good for speed, I think is fair. I also just like the look of vehicles like this. Like this looks like a shoe, and there's something about that that I just like. It's also got a really low profile. I think maybe I can describe what I like aesthetically about this car. Okay, so we got a concise dumpy. It's neat. It's still there. It's very, very nice. It's got wings. But look how long this nose situation is. This is the anti-statue of David, okay? There is room in there for a nice, I think this is a V8. It sounds muted. There's something interesting going on there, but yeah. It just that long front end with this concise dumpy situation and that sort of farther back cockpit. I love that. There's something about this car that just really evokes joy. It sparks joy. The curves on this body really get me going. Took a second to realize you were talking about the car. I mean, look at it though. Oh, we're wide. We're wide. We were admiring the car. Yeah, no, I like it. It's so cool. Move. Alrighty. Let's go look at the other challenges here. Actually, we might have got our first reward. Where do I find that? Oh, we did. We got the Fiesta. Heck yeah, we can get our backstage pass. How do we feel? Maybe we just post these clean laps. That would be the easiest thing. Treasure clue. From a busy day in the city to playing tranquil on a beach, rove the land. From here to there, we'll give you points to spare. Okay, so we're taking a trip in a rover in the city to the beach. From the city to the beach. Go jump in a rover.
I might as well get a fursuit.
Damn, you really hit me with the fursuit right now. Oh, that was Breadman God. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, so we wanted a rover. And, I don't know that it actually cared all that much about the rest of the details, so let's just grab this one. And go for a little drive and see if it gives it to us. We might want to look at the picture one more time. Right. Ooh, a new trophy truck? Those can't be fun. Want to head out, have fun, have a good night? You too, Tatted. Thanks for stopping in and saying hi. Thanks, Noel. Yeah, Tatted's a good one. We definitely pour one out for Tatted.
Larkers raiding the
Larker.
Grove with 5 strong. Welcome raiders.
We was just talking about how, well, Ambi and I were talking about an hour ago about how much we adore you. Nice, thanks for shouting him out. Hi Raiders, what's up Zelda? Zelda, I saw you floating around Ambi's Discord, and the only thing I know about you so far... Oh wait, I better wait for the ads, eh? I just exist and chill. How we doing? We feeling the need for speed? I'm so happy. I picked up an old tune of a car that I really, really like, and then I redid it, and it's so much better. The hog wisdom I've gained since I played that car last is crazy. So we're really happy about it, is my point. Just chilling? Yeah, I saw you in the Discord, like I said, Ambi's Discord, and the only thing I know about you so far is that you would crush some fried chicken, because I posted some fried chicken and you liked it. That is one of my specialties, though. That shit is so good, let me tell you. I tell you what. But yeah, okay, there's a couple of celebrities here, and I've been meaning to ask some questions for a couple of you. Old favorite with a new brain is always a wonderful feeling. So true. It's actually special.
I can understand things. Smiling.
What a delightful laugh. I love that. It's so manic. Such a good one. Alright. I'm gonna start with Larkin. So, Larkin, I know you might want to raid and run, but right now we're locked in a simple question, and that question is, so I realize that there's a handful, I'm just going to contextualize this a little bit, there's a handful of people I never ask the question what their favorite thing is about themselves, and that's because I vibed with them so quickly, so early, but I realize that either way, it's good to know, and I don't want anybody to feel excluded. So Larkin, if you would, tell myself and everyone else present what your favorite thing about yourself is. Don't do this to me. Hey, you pointed out at one point that I had never asked you, and I assumed that meant you wanted me to ask. I see now I was incorrect. However, it's definitely worth knowing. You love yourself right now, you nerd. Missing's got it. I'm the king of self-deprecation? Is that what we're gonna go with? Because I'll take that, but I don't know if that's the honorable way I want to remember you. I remember you, of course, for many reasons, but like, you know what I'm saying. Bean's asking the worst questions. Dub, I'm pretty sure you're also on the list of people I've never asked. You're gonna catch a stray. Actually, you've already volunteered. You're next. You Lar can do it. Yeah, suddenly Dub's feeling really shy. There's actually a bunch of you here that I never asked. This is such a perfect time. Oh, I wanted to miss the tree. Larkin, this question cannot be this hard. I can think of at least 3 things I respect and admire about you. Right off the top of my dome, and I get it, I'm a glazer, but like, I want to know what you feel. Oh no, we're okay. Oh no, Dub being shy. It would be a shame if someone were to shout them out. So true. I don't know, I think I'm appreciating how easily I seem to match the vibe and make friends with people. I don't know exactly how, but people are great. That's right, I turned it into a thing complimenting other people. That's a-okay, that's a top quality answer. The fact that you can get along with people and be able to match their energy, I think is really great. I'm not overly surprised to hear that, you know, that's something I would probably also credit myself with. Larkin and I just feel have a lot of overlap in that way. Oh. But all to say that I really appreciate you answering the question, friend. It's always great to get to know you a little bit better. And that's definitely one of the things I respect and like about you. You get along with everyone. Not literally everyone, but you get along, you know? Oh, this thing understeers like a freaking pig. I wasn't ready. How am I to hide now? Yeah, big shout out to Dub Shadow. He's a great streamer. Another one of those folks out there I would highlight the voice of. He's also just very friendly. Very submissive and cuttable. Sorry, Dub, that was in the script. He's put me on a leash a few times, which has also been enjoyable.
Beans in beating those furry allegations.
Alright, who's next? It's gotta be Dub. Dub, what's your favorite thing about yourself? Come on, friend. Bet that was peeling for you. Yep, we're peeling oranges now. Zelda, you're the one who sparked this because I know I need to ask you. You're new. Wait, you said you could think of 3 things off the top of your head. You can't say that and not say them. Absolutely. Alright, here we go. We gotta park it. Have a good night, Zomnom. Who I will note boogied knowing she was next. Alright, so right off the hop, I think it's really fucking cool how witty you are. Unironically, I've mentioned this a bunch of times, and I know you knew I was gonna say so. You're extremely clever. Dude, I was in the stream the other day when you were with, you were playing Valheim. This wasn't this week, but last week. And you were doing the North Star. North Star had made a reference, and then we were talking just very silly about Daily. And you made the you're already bread joke. Dude, that slapped so unironically hard. And you had it immediately. You didn't have to think about it. You just flopped it out on the table like that, and it was fucking perfect. So I adore your wit. It's fantastic. The second, of course, is that I do think you're a very I wouldn't necessarily highlight what you did about getting along well with other people, but though I do think that's a great quality that you have. What I do think is like you're a very safe person, and a person that I think very easily warrants trust. You're very defensive of those people that you care about. You're very protective, in spite of the fact that I get the impression that you could barely be bothered to protect yourself, at least in some regards. And so you have a big heart that way, and you can defend your friends with honor and gusto, and I think that that's also extremely admirable. And then what else? I mean, when I'm watching you play games and stuff, you almost always have, like, you're an excellent lore keeper. You always have this really cool repertoire of knowledge that you can levy about topics that you're interested in, and I'm always fucking there for it. I admire that about you, and I think it's really fucking cool. So those are the 3 things right off the top of the dome that I think are really fucking badass about you. And I appreciate that I can call you friend. Yeah, Missing pretty much nailed them all right off the top. The laugh is good. But the sense of humor, Larkin, like, your wit is amazing. I love that. And you, like Missing said, like I said, you have an excellent repertoire of knowledge that you can draw on about topics that you're interested in, and I think that's really cool. Gotta be responsible for a little bit, have good zoomies, making others panic. Thanks, Zomnom. Thanks, Zomnom. I'll get you eventually. But not today, it seems. You know nothing, Beans. Dude, I did not get that joke for like 3 days, and then it hit me out of nowhere with a flashback. It was fucking good. Like, it was so insanely good. Like, the only thing I would have done differently than Larkin, but just because I'm a horn hog, is I would have made a couple of silly grunty noises first. Just like the North Star, Fist of the North Star punches, like, you are already bred, you know? And but I also didn't think about it right away. Larkin had it immediately. It was freaking fantastic. It was so funny. I actually, like, almost did a spit take while I was just watching you guys play Larkin. It was a top tier joke. Thank you for the kind words anytime. How have I not gotten that ad? That's a great question. Yeah, exactly. This gets it. Beans, make some money and run an ad. I don't know how to... Well, that's not true. It says my ads ran at 15 minutes ago, so... I mean, I ain't complaining. Hold on, maybe I should check. But I'm pretty sure it's all set up the way. I've never really looked at it again. Yeah, it looks all set up. I'm not worried about it. You, kindness. You're cool too, true. You're gonna catch a stray. Alright. But Zelda... Before I lose Zelda's attention... Zelda, same question. What is your favorite thing about you? It can be anything you want. I've had people... Like, I can name a couple in here. I know that Null likes that he's big, and he's got an eye for color. A lot of you in here are people that have been around a long time, so I don't necessarily have I don't have that question off the top of the dome. And Null, we're still waiting for you to post your minis in the Discord. I'm waiting. No pressure, though. I could glaze Ambi, too, for quite some time, but I don't know. I don't think I know what Ambi's favorite thing about himself is. Yeah, I almost asked you earlier, but I had to get Larkin because he had pointed it out before, and somebody else I know reasonably well had pointed out that I had never asked them. And I didn't ask them because I thought that I had gotten to know them, and it's kind of my icebreaker question. But some people, like I said, I get their vibes really quickly and I don't feel the need to ask them, but then I realize it's actually still kind of great to know the ways in which people like themselves. People are way more open. So this is my favorite thing about that question. People are way more open to receive a compliment on something that they believe about themselves. And so it's just good to have that knowledge, because whenever it comes up and you have a nice thing to say about it, you can just let loose. You don't have to worry about how that person's going to receive it, because they've already told you. You know they like that about themselves. Probably his big shiny head solar panel out there. Yeah, we bring the dome lube, that's why. Yeah, Emby, I'd love to hear your answer to that question too. Like Larkin, I can think of at least 3 things off the top of my dome that I like about you.
You have arrived at your destination.
But I want to know what your favorite is. But I haven't really thought about it much. Maybe that I care about people being hungry, so I donate to those kinds of organizations. Another compassionate soul. I big time respect that, Zelda. I worked with Food Not Bombs for a little while, and that was one of the more fulfilling volunteer positions I ever held. I have a deep compassion for those who go without, whether that's housing, whether that's food, whether that's even just luxuries, simple pleasures. Privacy is one that we don't really think of. So, like I said, that's really kind-hearted, and I like that. Dude, I've not had the character development to answer that. You need a character development arc first, Dub? Come on, there's one thing you like about yourself. Can you join by any chance? I'm not doing community today, but in the future on Mondays, we will be doing some community Forza. I appreciate you asking. Vot de Bloody. We're just in the middle of a bit of a... Oh yeah, no problem. Thanks for the follow. We're just in the middle of a bit of a glaze fest right now. A lot of the serious racing is kind of over. We're just coasting right now as I learn a little bit more about my friends in chat. That being said, welcome in, and thanks for your time and attention, either way. You're waiting for the protagonist of your story to figure it out for me? I mean, God, come on, bro. Come on. Come on. Yo, for the record, I fucking miss glazing the shit out of all of you. I've been so tired and exhausted, I have not had the energy to glaze. And it's tragic. It's tragic, because you all fucking deserve it. Sexy and cute and big strong boyo. Null, you're so kind. I like that about you. I think you're I think you're a great spirit. Like, you were around for like a week and I made you a mod, because you're just... First of all, I mean, you're consistently here. But again, don't ever feel pressured. But I really like your energy. I dig you a lot. Different type of community time right now. That's right. That's right. You flirt? I'm just being honest. I do. That's something. Okay, hold on. I am going to tangent on that while Ambi and Dub Shadow think about how they're going to answer this question. I am going to riff on that for a minute, because a lot of people... I honestly have to go out of my way sometimes to like tell people that I'm not flirting. And a part of that is like... Don't get me wrong. Sometimes I say things in a flirtatious way, and I think that it's clear when I'm doing that. But there have been a couple of instances where I felt the need because of how people's energy changed when I, just said some nice things about them. That it's like, hey, like I don't want to misdirect you or anything. Like I'm just saying things that I believe about you, and I think that are worthy of respect and admiration. Like I'm not trying to flirt or like whatever. But I think that's such a tragic sign of like our culture and where it's at, that just being kind to people and pointing out things about them that you like, it can be interpreted as like a romantic interest. I think that's tragic, honestly. But I digress. I've definitely flirted with you, no, my goodest boy. We're the daily pass emote? I mean, listen, if you're not going to answer it now, I'm just going to ask you again next time I see you in Roadcraft. And I'm going to hold you to it. So you better write it down. I'd rather staple my nuts to a ceiling fan and turn it on than compliment people, because I don't want them to think I'm flirting sometimes. I know what you mean. I know what you mean to some degree. I spent a good deal of my life not saying nice things that I thought about people, like a majority of it. It was a really important character development arc I went on in my second relationship that taught me just how, like, saying something kind to somebody costs me exactly nothing, and I've already had the thought. All I need to do is spend the peanuts worth of energy to run my yap for a second. So, like, and there have been times where just hearing something kind at the right time has shifted my perspective on things in a profound way. And it's just, like I said, it's so easy. You just have a thought, and then you say the thought to the person because you're like, hey, this is a thing I thought about you, and I think it's worth you hearing it. But I do get it. I do get what you're saying, Missing. Every time I type what I think I like about myself, I delete the message. I feel like I've spent so much time wallowing in my faults and mistakes. It's almost incorrect to acknowledge any good. And see, this is another insight that you can get from asking that question. A lot of people wallow, stammer, and don't know how to answer it. And I think that's really interesting, especially coming from you, Ambi, because I know you well enough to, and I've straight up told you a lot of the things romantically, definitely romantically in his case, flirtatiously I would even say, the things that I adore about you. So it's just really interesting when I hear somebody that I think has a lot of admirable qualities say that they don't know what they would think. Sucks to suck. I'm hot, sexy, funny, talented, smart, and humble. Hell yeah. I mean, Missing too. I clocked that.
Hey there!
Well, there's a couple of things about Missing that are really interesting, but just to key in on the big one, like, Missing, you've got a fucking fantastic sense of humor. I think you're hilarious. There's a lot of people in here that have great senses of humor, and they're all kind of different. Missing has a great blend of, like, pop culture reference with cleverness that's fantastic. You can contrast that with Larkin, where it's, like, exclusively witty wordplay. A lot of time, exclusively is wrong. He does make pop culture references too, but, like, it's less direct than Missing. And then Ambi's humor is just so absurd in ways it's really fun. And his humor can also be quite vulnerable, which I like. Null, of course, has a fun sense of humor, more flirtatious, and I like that too. Hey, Bob. Or hey, bitch, as we like to say. Getting compliments makes me feel highly uncomfortable. I think that that's something we're trying to remedy here. And I'll admit that I don't know a ton about you, Moose, but I'm about to make you a little uncomfortable. I know that you make a fucking badass hamburger, and I wish I could try it. I believe you. And I heard your very, very cool, deeper voice on stream, and I thought that was fucking cool too. I mentioned immediately that I could imagine you at the grill making burgers. And the last thing I'll say about you, Moose, is that I enjoy that you have a passion for your interests. It's something that I admire about a lot of people in this chat. But joining me for MechWarrior, I can tell you know the lore, you know a lot of the models, like you know a lot of things about the IP. And I respect that. I think it's really fucking cool when people have interests that they're willing to share with people, and in particular, like me being a fucking nerd, I love when those interests have a lot of depth. And so that's something I respect about you too, Moose. Anyway, I'm not going to stick on that too long because I know you said it makes you uncomfortable, but again, I think it's just some of those things that are worth saying. Missing is also a child, which is hilarious. He seems knowledgeable way beyond his years, but I digress. I'll save my real answer to the question for my next stream. I understand why I leaned into the pessimistic view of myself, but I really do need to think about what I actually like about me. I respect that. You can always take the time. I just do want the answer. Alright, let me stop driving this fucking horseshit vehicle and get into something a little more sexy. Let me get into that thing I was just driving. What was that? I have to filter by favorite. I don't want something too quick. A-class would be nice. Oh, there it is. Perfect. How young is missing? About 6'7". Fucking killed it immediately. That joke is betraying his age a little bit, though. Permission to time out missing. I mean, yeah, you can do that. I know missing likes being put on timeout.
Turn sharp right.
Too old for those new age memes. Missing, I hate you. Sheesh. Oh wait, I was just gonna do laps. Let's do laps. Let's lap it up. Ugh, laps in an SUV, that's painful. Let's do it. Got a laugh out of me mentioning the burger again? Yeah. That deep masculine voice just makes me want to gobble your meats. How young is missing? He's old enough to be here, is what I know. We just like to harp on it because it's fucking funny. Old enough to know better, young enough not to care. So true. Ugh. We almost pulled ahead of the rival on the cold lap. Oh, we might actually do it. I love when we cold lap the fucking rivals. Okay, those are not destructible. Damn. We did not cold lap the rival. Or front wheel drive, that explains a lot. Front wheel drive in the rain. You're back to peel my orange. We were actually just having conversations with people regarding orange peeling, and you walked in at a wonderful time. Subshadow is refusing to cooperate. Ambi needs a little more time. Null, I already know the answer. Larkin, we already did. Trying to track who's all here. Bob. I'm not sure if I ever asked Bob, but I have to admit, sometimes I forget. And I'm sad if I did forget. Ask me what I spaced out. I'm not sure I asked you your favorite thing about yourself. I think you were around before I started actually doing that. Gon is another person that I got to know very rapidly and never had to ask him. Oh fuck, don't ask me that, Beans. Oh, you're gonna be a collateral. You're here right now, and this is what we're doing. And we've got a great cast right now. You're all like a bunch of... You're all people that I can think very readily of things that I like about you. Let me just focus on this lab because I know I can get it this time.
Oh, no, no.
Do not hit that wall. Okay. Easy lap. We beat it by 3 seconds. I'm still... That's right. Zelda was telling us about her work with some charity, feeding the hungry. Zelda, I assumed your pronouns there. I'm not sure if that's correct. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I did try to run the software that lets me know people's pronouns, but I also run 7TV and it blocks it, unfortunately. I'd say probably my empathy, very patient, and try to be there for others. While I think it can cause me to get hurt, I wouldn't change it. I deeply respect that about you. I think it's one of the most admirable traits, honestly. And I do think the world needs more people like you. But also my boobs. Understandable. Honestly, I think my best and favorite thing is that I randomly have creative solutions that no one thinks about. On the complete other end of the spectrum, obvious solutions escape me constantly. That's something that I also relate to a lot. I'm like one of those head in the clouds kind of fucking intellectuals where it's like I instantly overcomplicate a problem because I try to look at it from a lot of different angles, and I don't always pick the most pragmatic. I just cycle through everything until I find a solution I like. And I suspect you work pretty similar. Damn. Fucking Gon was on his shit right there. Hold on. I gotta see that. I can't believe I missed that moment. Can you just say your boobs? You absolutely could have, but I definitely admire the quality that you're a compassionate and kind person. And we have quite a few of those. We have quite a few kind and compassionate individuals in the chat, but yeah, I would say you're a standout there for sure, Maeve. Maeve rules, by the way. Forgive the pun. I've been dying to make that pun forever. Anyway. Alright, let me see where this is coming from. Alright, question, thank you. Question pertaining to your interests. What car do you think suits me from a visual or mechanical standpoint? This could be one for me or anyone else in chat. Yeah, Gon is actually even better, even farther down this rabbit hole than I am, and he nailed the question for try. Volvo 740 Hearse. 100%. No notes. Also, oh fuck, Gon's here. Gon, I don't want to get too far down this rabbit hole, but Maeve was telling me about her fucking car. And it's, I believe it was a 2016 Volkswagen TD, I forget which TD it was, or what the model was, but the thing that stuck out for me was that it was a turbocharged diesel. It was like a 4-cylinder turbocharged diesel that tops out at like 4K RPM. And I need you to nerd out about it because it just seemed like such a fucking... Oh my god. TDL. Oh, it was a Golf. That's right. It was a Golf. Front wheel drive turbocharged diesel. It's so silly. Like on paper, it's so fucking cool. I actually, unironically, Maeve, I went into the cars in Forza just to see if I could find it. It's not in here. Because it only does the Golf R and RS. I think it's just Golf RS. All the RS editions. But yeah, that fucking car sounds so interesting. Yo, I know what like half of that means. Amazing. Alright, let me catch up. You guys are getting ahead of me, and I just want to make sure I understand all the context. And Gon, yeah, I definitely saw that trait of yours highlighted in one of our D&D sessions. Super cool. Empathy is stored in the boobs. That's... How dare you say something so controversial yet so brave, Missing. So I have so much. Oh, sheesh. Sheesh. Out of the box thinker, Moose 2. Like to see that. An overthinker, me too, but it works. But if it works, it works. Hell yeah, overcomplicating things, so true. Actually, I suck, yeah. Citrus. Absolute orange peeler over there. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Moose gets it too. I know what you're talking about. It's like, okay, let's do all this and make it work, but you could have just done like one or two other things, more straightforward. Hard to say what my favorite things about is, as I'm not good at picking favorites. That's fair. But I'd say one of my favorite things about myself is my sense of humor. I like making people laugh. That's one of mine too, Bob. That's like the question often gets like reverse uno. People hit me with that uno reverso, and almost always that's one of my favorite things to lean on. Is I enjoy making a good joke. And once I know somebody's sense of humor, I can usually dig in and get a smile or a rise out of them. And it's important for me. That's like I mentioned, saying nice things, and that's kind of in the same vein. It's about just getting someone to smile and brightening somebody's day just a little bit. And whether that's a laugh or just a genuine compliment, I think it's one of my favorite things about myself too. It's even funnier that it looks like talking about the Volkswagen Golf. Even funnier that it looks like a fucking mom car, and I love it. She goes zoom, hell yeah. Dad had a 2012 Beetle TDI, and TDIs are fun, but also caused Dieselgate. Interesting. Yeah, so when you mentioned the Golf, I told you that there was somebody I needed to tell about it. Gon is that person. Gon loves Volkswagens in general, and fucking Golfs in particular are great. Don't have to do emissions, nice. She big, I love her. Gets a lot of mileage on a tank for like $40, hell yeah. That's perfect, actually. Only thing that sucked about my dad's TDI was that diesel started getting more expensive than gas at where I am, so he had to sell it. Diesel's cheaper than premium here, and I prefer cars that require premium, so I love it nice. I think you're wonderful, Beans. Thank you, Maeve. I appreciate that. I love all cars, except SUVs, but I won't bring that up again. Yeah, we're not big fans of the big heavies here. They're really unnecessary most of the time. But I get it. People buy them for various reasons. And I don't wanna get into it. We had a really long and deep talk about that during when I was getting fired up over no, it wasn't Cyberfunk. What was the one? Jet Set Radio. I've only ever had one car and I love it and wouldn't trade it for the world. Hell yeah. To be fair though, I know nothing about cars. You don't have to know everything about cars to love a car. Unless it's a good dumpy. Touché, Dub Shadow. We do like the good dumpies. Yeah, for the record, I know Gon isn't talking about, like, industrial vehicles either. I got no problem with freaking semis and all that other shit. It's the light trucks and stuff that have invaded North American manufacturers and culture. Anyway, if I start, I'm going to keep going. I'm going to break it off there. Then we like the super heavy dump trucks. Absolutely. The devil on your shoulder. No, do continue. No, because it's like, it's one of those things. A surprising number of people actually drive cars here, which I fucking love to hear. Given that SUVs and light trucks are so prevalent, but it is one of those things where it's like, it really upsets me, and there's a lot of like political reasons that it upsets me, and a lot of marketing reasons and corporation shit that bothers me about it. But at the end of the day, people make their choices based on various things, and I can hardly blame individuals for driving, you know, SUVs and shit, given how aggressively they're marketed and and how things are regulated right now. But yeah, it's definitely one of those things that if I get fired up about it, it could accidentally offend somebody who actually drives that kind of vehicle. And while that isn't necessarily my intention, it's definitely a possibility. I like vehicles where people don't even come up to the rims. Hell yeah, the biggest of the dumpies. I know nothing about cars, but I do like Zimmer Golden Spirits. I don't recognize the name right off the hop. That's another thing. Like, I know a lot about driving and whatever, and I know a couple of specific models and stuff, but Gone really has the deep lore on all the car manufacturers. I want a vehicle that says, I work in a quarry. Yeah, exactly. Take a gander and you'll go, yep, the tracks. Got you. I will do that right now. Alright, Zimmer Golden Spirit. I'm on it. Yep, that tracks. When is the most recent? We got 85, 81, 83. That's actually more recent than this car would have you believe. 87. Okay, we got anything? Production run was from 80s till 88. Yeah, shit, that tracks. Yeah. Right? I mean, the hearse was not a bad answer, but this also suits you. It's very good. Dream car Gravedigger? Are you talking about the monster truck missing? What the fuck? Seeing people drive big ass trucks and they don't even do normal truck shit peeves me a tad. That's all part of it. That's all part of it. Don't get me worked up. You're preaching. You're preaching. The pavement princess trucks, dude. It's too much for me. It withers my soul. No, yeah, not Bob. Not as opposed to driving, or not as opposed to public transport, but as opposed to SUVs and light trucks. Yeah, a lot of small vehicle drivers here, and I fucking respect the shit out of it. Yes, the monster truck. Yeah, you know Gravedigger can get it. Goddamn. Goddamn. Oh, we were doing laps and I got distracted again. Hold on. Back to laps. Monster truck, dude. Actually, I'll do something really stupid after this because I have a really fun drift car in this game that I think some of you will get a kick out of. Reminds me of Red Skull's car. Yeah, it definitely has that old-timey German vibe. But I ain't gonna fault somebody for enjoying the aesthetic. I have a mustard coat that's a little suspicious, you know? But what can I do? It looks good on me. Oh, what a shit gear shift there. Alright, we'll make it up. We'll make it up. Still haven't gotten to see it. Oh, you're talking about the mustard coat? Honestly, it might need some adjustments in the shoulders. My shoulders might be a little big for it right now. Which feels stupid to say after only like a month of working out, but a month and a half of working out, but my shoulders have been pretty large, so. And that's the one thing about like cool coats is none of them ever have enough. They don't have, the shoulders are just not broad enough for me a lot of the times, and it makes me sad because while I can wear them comfortably enough if I'm like commuting, it's like as soon as I reach for something and the sleeve just slides halfway up my arm, it's like, that's about right. I hate that. Guy's kicking my ass in this sprint, but it's because I'm driving some old ass dumpy here. Good lord. Race time flag. Let's just restart. This game seems cool and all, but can you push a ball around in it? Unfortunately, actually wait, I think you can. There might be... Oh, what the fuck? Is this thing front wheel drive or some shit? What was that traction loss? Maybe it's just got some good rear wheel aggression. I don't know. But have you thought about big pecs? In great detail lately, damn. I'll be honest. I'm working on my pecs. I've mentioned that this powerlifting cycle, pecs are big. We're working on it, but my pecs are absolutely not my favorite feature of myself. I'd like to really round them out, but there are things that I do not like about my trunk. And that's okay. I'm working on it. My limbs generally have been looking really good though, I will say. What happened to this guy's lap time? Did he send it into a wall like 60% into the sprint, or is this just genuinely a difficult? Difficult one. Why all the monster trucks and not the monster ducks? It's always a good question. Something profound about that. Oh, we're sending it wide. Okay, we recovered. Really aggressive throttle through there. I thought I could pick it back up, but started creeping us super wide. Dang, yeah. Okay, this actually is just a tricky trial. He doesn't crash at the end here? Alrighty. Gonna be tricky. You can what? We can move a ball around in this game. Alright, what were we saying? That car fucks. Yes, the monster truck. I love that. Alright, that happens to me. I got broader shoulder against the rest of my size. Well, obviously that's because you're carrying around those boulders, Maeve. That's where you're storing all your compassion. Puts extra strain on your shoulders every time you have to lift your arms up. Big shoulders are sexy, but big pecs, yeah, we got into that. Yes, in great detail lately. Interesting. Good, me too. Why do we have so many monster trucks, not monster ducks? Saw that. Want to see giant ducks crushing cars and quacking. Hell yeah. Peeling the oranges. Exactly, all the empathy. Getting the shoulder workouts from all that empathy. I guess it also kind of makes sense you'd have larger shoulders just because you're kind of short. You probably have to reach overhead for like just things most people wouldn't. Just pulled the camera out for the launch there to see what my tires were doing because I was tired of... You can see I'm already ahead of this guy, so I lost a fuck ton of time on just bad gear shift and launch. I'm too fast, that's so sad. Alright. I just didn't want to lose it. It's bedtime, gonna try to sleep. It was nice meeting you. Nice meeting you too, Zelda the Compassionate. I do have relatively broad shoulders and it makes my waist look teeny tiny sometimes. If that's something you want to imagine. Don't tempt me. What the fuck happened there? My buttons went funky. Oh well. Missing, I have to ask, because as much as I love a narrow waist, I gotta know, do you got them chicken legs? It's okay if you say yes, if you're a leg day skipper. Sometimes just having a narrow waist can get you through a lot of that. Could do some work or use some work? A little bit of both, to be honest. That's fair, that's fair. No, you know what? It's always respectable. A narrow waist with actual, like, legs is a pretty rare build. A lot of dudes do the V build and they don't like actually balance it out, and it always, to me, makes people look silly because and this is just from the perspective of my particular favorite type of training, and that's with like strength training. if you don't have the legs, like, it doesn't matter that you can actually hold 200 pounds in your arms, but only if you're sitting. You know, your legs actually have to be able to support that. So it's just, I don't know. To me, I was never a fan of the V build. I've always been a little bit bottom heavier. But I mean, I'm biased also because I live in my body, you know? So there's that. There's that factor. Where the support is, exactly. You gotta do those pelvic thrust exercises. And then, of course, the heavy squats and the deadlifts. Oh, I'm so much faster out of that corner than him. Come on. Let me keep going. Did I get it? I think I was still a tad behind. Oh, so fucking narrow. Thank God I don't have to drive that thing again. We got it, but barely. Beans what? Oh, by the way, Beans, I've got back into collecting games for PS3. I've been playing Lost Planet, and I big recommend it. If you haven't played it before, it's like RE5 mixed with Helldivers. I believe I played a small amount of that. I have big shoulder and leggies, but no arms. I mean, you don't have to have arms. You got the weight where it matters. Crash Bandicoot build goes hard. Oh, yeah. The V build I was talking. The tiny legs. Got that Dingodile bod, damn. You beat him by a frame, like literally frame perfect, yeah. I'm glad that's over. I was not enjoying that vehicle. With Gone on this one, I'd love to have Donkey Kong physique, but instead I'm King K. Rool. Feels bad. Feels bad. I was saying at the top of stream when I was rambling about muscles, I'm almost feeling cute enough to post pics. As soon as I get the heavier weights, it's gonna go crazy. I'm so fucking excited to deadlift more than 90 pounds. What if... what a sad deadlift. What I am happy about though is that squatting only the 90 pounds is kind of fun because I can just clean it. So, sorry, that has more than one meaning. So I can just pick up the 90-pound bar and then you do what's called a clean. And that's where you move the bar from a deadlift position where it's at your waist to up about your shoulders, basically being able to flip the bar up so that you can get your arms underneath it, and then I just flip it onto my back, so I can like go right from the ground with 90 pounds to squatting the 90-pound bar and then putting it back down again, which I just think is fun. That is the funner part of using the lighter weights, and having to do the lighter weights, I'll probably have to continue, because I won't have a squat rack here, I'll probably have to continue squatting lighter weights. But I don't really mind that. Deadlifting heavy, and I've got to focus on the bench this time around anyway. A lot of chest press going on. So it'll be, it's fine. It's actually not a big deal right now. Once we get the chest press and we develop the moves a bit, then we can move on to And the deadlifts are going with the cake as well. So that's the moobs and cake structure I've got going on right now for development. Squats are the king of exercises. I fucking love squats, and it's tragic that I have to neglect them right now, but at the same time, for a point of convenience and not risking injury, it's good to not over-focus on squats currently. Cannot lift, period? Damn. Well, I know a thing or two about lifting, so feel free to ask at any time. My DMs are open. I'm looking up Donkey Kong characters now, and I feel like I most resemble Banjo Bottom. I want to see. Maybe I can confirm. Yeah, Banjo Bottom 100% is I don't know if it's literal, but that's always how I imagine Bo Jazz actually. Banjo Bottom. That's perfect. Oh, interesting. Moose lore. I'm barrel shaped, so like I don't know, neither top nor bottom heavy. So I'm also barrel shaped. Which is one of the reasons that I don't develop pecs very well. It fucking sucks. Actually, hold on, I'm ranting about this because barrel shape is so cool on one hand and so annoying at the other. Because I'm barrel shaped and I can bond with Moose a little bit over this, my fucking core is strong as shit. Like, I'm barrel shaped, which means that, you know, my trunk is rounder rather than flat, so when I talk about having a kegger, like I have abdominals that stick out farther than my ribs, and I'm already barrel shaped, so that means like they're really fucking thick, and so my core is extremely strong, but the aesthetic of it is just not as good as, like, it doesn't look as clean as somebody who's got like that proper 6 or 8 pack. But I've never disliked it. I've always liked that element of it. I dislike the gut element that I have on top of it, but I've always liked that sort of like the way the 4-pack pushes out of your rib cage. It looks fucking cool. But being barrel shaped also is one of the reasons I struggle to develop pecs in a nice way. The proper moob, you know, because the way your muscles achieve leverage on a barrel shape, I do have large pec muscles. It's just that they don't curl into a nice round shape like they would on a flatter rib cage. Anyway, it's fucking annoying as far as aesthetics go. Anyway. Well, I guess that confirms it. I'm a bottom. I'll pluck those strings, Bo Jazz. That banjo bottom. Tickle those strings and make you sing. Alright, it took all the air out of my lungs when it loaded on Google. Yeah, it's good. I got moves. When you said you wanted top round to round your pecs out, I was like, no, you don't. You want rectangles, man. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. But, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, my moves have never been the shape I wanted them to be, and it's tragic. It's tragic. No matter how much I've developed my pecs, they just cannot shape out in a way that I like. And it's frustrating. But I will say that my pecs were never the most developed muscle on my body. So we're working a little harder on it and seeing if we can't achieve something a little nicer. Built like an 80s anime character, just slim as heck. Got the Spike Spiegel build. Hell yeah. That's a fucking badass build, by the way. Perhaps I shouldn't say this out loud with my with my mouth hole on stream, but I've always pictured Larkin as incredibly sexy. And then he told me what his build was, and I was like, that tracks. You know, it was just like the Zimmer. I was like, yep, that's pretty much it. That's what I imagined. Limbs though, Moose. I got the limbs. I do like that. I'm a big fan. Big fan of my limbs. And they're situated onto a trunk that's just really fucking strong. So I like that. I like that as well. It just sucks. I like that my trunk is strong. It bothers me that it doesn't look... I don't even want it to look pretty necessarily. Oh my lord. Ew, we're in SUVs now. Ugh. SUV hours. To be fair, I'm probably being a little overly critical of myself. Because I come from a place with weightlifting when I was young where my father was super into bodybuilding specifically. And while I like some elements of the bodybuilder physique, I don't like all of it. I actually much prefer strongman looking bodies. And part of that is probably just because I'm shaped the way I am and that I do what I do, but like, it just is what it is, I guess. Just rambling. Stop being overly critical. I can't help it. It's like one of my deepest insecurities, honestly. As far as how I look physically, I think I look really good in a lot of regards. That regard specifically is not my favorite feature. You want to see if there's any truth to my bold claims? Dude, if you're about to slide pics into my DMs, the answer is obviously fucking yes. Just don't judge me if I do anything irresponsible with them. Sorry, not irresponsible. Not like I'd share them. I think you know what I mean, is my point. If I misbehave a little bit. All that being said, in spite of me being overly critical, I do have a couple of poses that I could strike that I do like, that I think I look fine. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Damn it. Oh, we gotta finish the lap anyway. Sorry they got kinda sticky. Suspicious how that happened, and I have no fucking idea how this digital medium got sticky, but there it is. Got the Kane bod from Kane and Lynch. I honestly wish, I don't know, my body type is not represented in media almost ever. And so I can never really easily grasp at, you know, this character kind of looks like me. Somebody brought it up actually once, fuck. I think it might have been Bob. Actually, the Full Metal Alchemist character, I'm not as tall as him, but the dude who bonds with Alex... Alex? No. It's Armstrong. The guy who bonds with Armstrong, the other muscly dude. I'm a little bit shaped like that. I'm just not that tall. The meat dude with the boy's old teacher. Also, that guy, unironically, so we want to talk about representation in media. like I said, very few people have anything resembling my body type in media. Oh fuck, I hit the wall again. But it was fucking badass when I saw that guy in Full Metal Alchemist. I was like, this is amazing. So I totally get the representation in media arc. I fucking get that heavy. Because like I said, it's a rare thing. But seeing that guy was super cool because it was at least close to a representation of what I sort of look like. And it was nice to have a character to be like, I could actually cosplay that. You know what I mean? In a way that people would like recognize. Not to say you can't cosplay whoever you want. I support the dudes out there dressing as Sailor Moon. Fucking live your best life. That's awesome. But it was super cool when I first saw that character. Mind you, I look a lot more like him when I'm working out. I still have a kind of sleeper build. You know what I'm going to do, actually? I've been dying to do this specifically, and that's when I take my muscle pick, I'm going to take one where I'm not flexing, and I'm just casually standing there, and then I'm going to take one where I am. And you'll get what I mean about sleeper build, because it looks radically different. I look reasonably large and whatever, but I'm extremely unassuming as far as like the kind of flex I can flex, I guess that is what I'm saying. Of course, we're working on changing that, but just because I've been out of it for a long time, it's an element of it, you know? I definitely had people, back when I was like more in the thick of it, I definitely had people comment just like when I was casually standing around or whatever. Although comments about it was super rare. I gotta admit, that was something, that's one of the things that I've found so cool about Twitch is like a lot of people who I've met are like, not necessarily super fucking into it, but just like only have positive things to say and they're all kind about it. Whereas like in my everyday life, back even when I was lifting a lot, like very few people commented on it and very few people involved in my everyday life really thought twice about it. It's sort of interesting, the contrast now that I have so many people that I've, you know, just met and are kind of like interested in that journey that I'm on. And anyway. Alright. Let's lock the tires immediately so that we have no shot. I want to get this lap before I address what everybody's saying. And these, they've given me some relatively tricky opponents, so... And I'm not racing really at my best. I'm super out of practice, but that's here nor there. I just want to get it done. This turn is really tricky. We got to get on the brakes super early. Let it float over the corner. That's so much better. Oh, we locked. Don't touch that. Okay, we didn't get the lap disqualified. It's worth it. Wow, he actually caught up in that section? That's tragic. He must have been taking it easy. Oh, I'm wide. Oh, and I don't get it. That's so sad. All right, I'm going to catch up with you before my next hot lab. All right. Yeah, sorry, they got kind of sticky bit. I look like a Polly Pocket? Now that needs a Google. I respect it. You're about as tall, right? So that makes sense, actually. I have no sense of what I look like, to be honest. Yeah, that's fair. Like, I again, I don't have a lot of people in media that I can reference, so it's like I don't really have a good... because I was never like a professional strongman, it's not like I can point at the mountain or something like that and be like, I look kind of like that. I'm not that thick, you know what I mean? But that's like, you know, fucking roided out. He might not be. I don't know. I assume most strongmen are on gear or whatever. But like, that shit's like insane. That is a full-time job worth of work that those people are putting in, and they're on so many supplements and shit, and probably creatine and everything else. Like, I don't have all that shit. I just got, you know, whatever I can put together. Curtis, the teacher's husband. That's right. Bob was the one that brought it up last time too. Yeah. Teacher's husband or live-in partner. Sig, yeah, Sig is fucking cool. I love that character. The only character I've ever seen that actually has a body similar to mine is a character creator in Skate from Saints Row. Shut the fuck up. That's funny. Fuck yes. Shout out to Beans not checking his DMs while driving. Oh my god, do I have a treat literally waiting for me? So many treats today. I'll say this. Larkin, this is not how I pictured you. But also, no notes. You look great, my friend. Treats? Yeah, I love treats. Alright, let me catch up. Well, the wife has gone to bed, and my circadian rhythm is fucked. I'm here all night. Damn. Welcome back in, Quasi. We're just talking about how fucking sexy we all are. I'm being a little overly critical of myself, but also we got a lot of cuties in chat. And that Spike Spiegel build is a little gonna get me acting up. Hey there, all you lovely gigahogs. Welcome in, Quasi, like I said. Lovely, lovely, lovely man. Note, corner after hairpin on the dirt break early. Yes, exactly. I don't know a character. I think it depends who you ask. Yeah, that's fair too. Like I said, I just don't have a lot of people because I'm... Okay, this was something... I was just talking about this recently. We're talking about body mass index. And... Okay... if anybody here who knows me IRL is familiar with body mass index, are we DMing Beans our selfies? We are. Beans is getting some treats. Bojaz, can't wait to see those strings, you little banjo bottom. But we're talking about BMI, body mass index.
I don't have stamina.
And to all my friends who know me IRL, feel free to comment, but my body mass index is 42. So I'm categorized well over the line of obese. But I promise you, I do not look that way. I look overweight. I definitely belong in the overweight category, but like BMI being an obese is kind of funny for me. I mentioned this before because I'm dense. Like muscle weighs a lot more than fat, and I'm just dense in fucking general because sometimes thinking's really hard. But there used to be this carnival game in my youth where the carnival fellows, people would just line up to have their weight estimated by the carnival worker, and then you'd step on the scale there to demonstrate whether or not they were correct or not. And if they were correct within a certain amount, then I forget, you had to pay for the game or whatever. But if they were off by a certain amount, you would win a prize. And I won that game every fucking time because they'd look at me and be like, you're like, I don't know, 230 pounds. And I'd step on the scale and I'd be 280. You know what I mean? So it's like, they'd be pretty wildly off on my guess. But people with normal builds who don't have a lot of muscle mass, they would guess very accurately. They were obviously very experienced. But yeah. So that's just some fun Beans lore. I would basically get an automatic win on those games. You're built like a bulky athlete. Yeah, I don't know any athletes. Like, I don't follow a lot of athletic people that I could like point to. Kind of a mix between Smeagol and a toxic event and the Toxic Adventure. God damn it. Let me think about that, because I know we're joking about Banjo Bottom, but I'm almost picturing that, and I'm thinking it's actually kind of correct. I don't have a great... I would say that that's a lot more accurate than Banjo Bottom, that crossover, for sure. Oh my god, that's so fucking funny. Corner hairpin, we already did that. Hey Vivi, welcome in. Sorry, I've been distracted and we've been chatting. Bob, I always look wrong when I look in the mirror. Like I'm holding my left hand up, but that bastard's holding up his right. He mocks me. Dude. Very good, very good. Actually, that reminds me, can I share a drawing I found that shows what I think Beans looks like? Of course. Feel free to link that in the chat if you want. However you want to do that. Treats, yes, treats. I've been getting some very, very lovely treats today. I'm so happy. Thanks to anybody who was up for sharing also. Big respect. Especially considering I'm so shy. Beans is strong. I'm working on it. Getting back there. There's a lot of lifts that I am pretty happy with how they're going right now. In particular, I mentioned developing more triceps. I'm working 30-pound dumbbells with tricep raises, tricep raises are not easy. You don't have a good mechanical leverage. And my triceps are underdeveloped after years of neglect, but I'm very happy to be working at 30 pounds with them. My bicep curls are well over 30 pounds now, but I haven't switched it up because I don't want to risk injury, and I do them as a superset with the triceps, and it's exhausting, so just trying to avoid injury there. Like, Beans, do you have a character besides Nifty you think fits? I haven't watched a lot of... I've been watching too many cartoons to think of, like, bodies to compare people to, celebrity-wise. I think I mentioned this before on the channel. I'm Demi, so I don't really have celebrity crushes and stuff. Like, I can say when people look good, but it doesn't stick in my brain. I don't have a good, like, inventory of who I think is, like, super, I don't know, hot or pretty or beautiful or handsome in my noggin. So it's really hard to compare people to other people for me, to be honest. Unironically, I think character I normally most look like is Edward Elric. Oh, that's fucking cool, though. BMI's a lie. I was technically obese. Yeah, so to illustrate what I'm talking about, with athletic types, and again, if you have muscle mass, BMI is just going to be way off for whatever health recommendation it's going to make. I had a chiropractor, and you can believe what you want about chiropractors. This guy was actually just really good physiotherapist. But he was talking about BMI, and when I was younger, and I mentioned, you know, being overweight and whatever, and having a high BMI. He's like, dude, you're fine. Like, you've got a couple extra pounds. You're not what that scale is talking about. And I was like, okay, well, sure. That was when I first kind of like gained a little insight into the BMI thing, when somebody who kind of works, and again, this guy had a lot of education and he was really good at what he did. So I was inclined to trust him. I don't know what some of this means. That's fine. BMI is stupid. I agree. BMI is kind of goofy. According to BMI, most professional athletes would be overweight and obese just due to muscle mass. Exactly. I was thinking about it earlier today. I was kind of looking at how much fluff is on my body, and I was trying to think of how much I would weigh in just lean muscle mass, and it's somewhere between 200 and 220 pounds. So somewhere in that range. I think if you cut all the fat off my body, it would be about 60 or so pounds worth of fat. But that's just an estimate. I could be way off base, and trying to figure out your visceral fat content is like impossible. So I was just thinking about it. It was in my head the other day. I think I know where this is going. It's kind of spicy, so I don't know if you want to see it. Listen, you can send me as spicy a picture as you want, but if it's spicy enough, I might get stun locked. I am currently streaming. So if it's spicy and you're about to drop a bombshell, spoiler it so that I know to mentally brace myself or something. I return, what did I miss? Beans goon to you? Shut up. If that were somebody else, I would condone that joke, but I don't know how that makes Larkin feel. I mean, I feel like I'm built like a Sasquatch. I know there's some vids of me on Discord, but I wear clothes that are deceiving. Yeah. I feel like my celebrity comparisons are accurate, but I think it really just depends. Fair. BMI and character discussions and commentary on what you sent out. Oh, yeah. If I lost fat, I'd be like 210 now. Nice. Solid build. Okay, I'll DM it too. I'm looking forward to it. Live bean reaction to nudes. Get the clips ready. Uh-oh, we're getting stun locked now. What have I gotten myself into? Damn, Bojazz. That selfie goes insanely hard, actually. My favorite thing about it is that I can see... It's very vulnerable. And my favorite thing about that is that I can see up your nostrils. Thank you so much for sharing. Oh my god, Bojazz, your sense of humor never fucking changed, my friend. It's better when you zoom. It 100% is. You know I've been zooming. Any hole's a goal. But guess leave it. Leave it. But guess what? Oh, sorry, I'm reading this wrong. Any hole's a goal. I guess, but leave Bojazz nose alone. Okay. Fair enough. Like most of the weight would be in my legs and core. Yeah, same here. Spine and neck. Muscles are there overcompensating for an old neck injury. Oh, that sucks, man. Neck injuries are terrible. Talk about being stuffed up, that's right. Where am I looking for the null one? If I am getting that one. I hope my settings aren't blocking you. Let me know if that's happening, null. There's been a lot of, it's like a saline rinse. Okay, that's enough. It's gonna be a little more goobery than a saline. Needs the sniffer for ant detection. Oh my god, so true. You now also know what I mean when I say my model just has my hair but a bit longer. Yeah, it's true. You got some locks, dude. Big respect for that. And you're talking about the 80s anime character, dude, I see it. Your face with your voice, dude. You're... Yeah, I can see people melting for that. 100%. I'm practically a puddle. Jealous? Yeah, I have some hair, and it looks okay if I grow it all the way out. But I tend to shave it just because I prefer just having the dome and some oh fuck. The dome and some facial hair. Oh, it's good. I found it on Blue Sky, so just figuring out. No worries. Alright, let's try and get this fucking lap done. I'm all souped up on the magic of friendship and just the raw sexual energy of all my fans right now. Oh yeah, I forgot that was gonna do that. Break early after the hairpin. I hate that blind turn, to be honest. And my competitor seems to be able to carry a lot more momentum through that one section than I am. So I gotta figure out how to make this section work. Nope, didn't. That wasn't it. You need boost, sides open. Use the boost to get through. Maybe I disrespect some of the earlier red to get into this section and send it. Okay, we cut back across. Okay, okay. I'm a little low on power through there, but prog is prog. I got a downshift earlier there. That sucked. Bad launch out of the corner. We brake early in this section. Oh, it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. Fuck. Oh, hold on. Treats. Nice. The irony of saying treats there. It's lovely.
Beans and beats and those furry allegations.
Oh, fuck. Oh my god, really? I just barely... That's rough. Oh, this is gonna take a few efforts. I'm all bobulated from all the treats. Rocket bobulated. Oh, we're gonna hit a wall for sure. Fuck. I knew as soon as my momentum didn't carry when I hit the throttle. Gotta drop the blue crystal. Oh yeah, so true. The, what is that called? Fuck. Something light. I can't remember. I can't remember the frickin' red line term. Oh, we lost the rears there, and that was really dicey, but we made it work. Ugh. I was afraid I sent too much there. Thankfully not. There we go. That looks good for a final send. Oh yeah, we got it. We got it easy. We found the path. Alright, how'd we do? Did we get enough for the festival thing? Wait, what? What do you mean? These weren't worth like any points at all. That's rough. I thought they'd be worth more. Huh. That's a $5. What do we got here? Playground's lame. I don't want to do playground. Just 3... 2, these are like easy. This is another 4 points. Let's see how long this takes, and then we'll think about whether or not we want to wrap. What do we got here? Oh, electric vehicle. Let's go. Save me a lot of clutch energy. Oh yeah, we're wide. Ah, heck. Oh, is that what's going on? Oh, okay. So that's why I only got like 1 or 2. So technically it's a point. Okay, so I'm working really hard for a point. Yeah. If that's the case, let's get out of here, because that's a grind for 1 point. Let's see what else is in the festival. This is like not super engaging racing though. Let's see what I got in the Forzathon shop. Bentley. How much? I have 30,000 Forza points. I not one time thought about that. That's crazy. I thought they were supposed to be quiet. I mean, they are kind of quiet. Let's see if I have an X5. Actually, let's just go see what the see if I can make some of the stunts work. That's a good starting point. Excuse you. Why can I not do the things? There it is. Do some PR stunts and see if we can't get them right off the hop. Gone. Gon's got the anti-e-vehicle propaganda. Super Saloon. Video game physics audio. What's interesting is they don't sound unlike that. Like, I can always tell, I mean, you can tell right away usually when there's an electric vehicle rolling past you, because obviously the engine is quiet, or the motors are quiet. But like, especially when it's braking, you definitely hear the whine of the engines, or of the motors on the tires. I know I can't. And the thing is, I'm not really convinced that you're incorrect. I do think some of your points are overly critical, but I also don't know that you're wrong overall. But we've already talked about it. A-Class Super Saloon. What was that? And I certainly believe that electric vehicles, as they are today, have their problems for sure. But we've also just been working on them way less. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. I don't want to get into it either. I don't I don't want to sit here and provoke you because I know if I rant at all, it's just gonna be the light trucks and SUVs. Like I said, I do respect your opinion, and I do assume that you have the stronger opinion. I'm looking for a super saloon. Oh heck, that's right. I was gonna drift this for you. Let's do this. We'll wrap with this. I don't want to get too Let me teleport. What's
Turn
wrong with you?
around when it is safe to do so.
What is your problem, game? Alright. This is a drift vehicle right here. All-wheel drive Cadillac limo. Oh, didn't see that car. I can't believe I skirted around that. That's crazy. Oh, I downshifted one too many by accident there. I just think this thing is such a fucking meme. I put it together one time and it was just like, I don't know. It's delightful. It's funny because like, oh glad. It's just funny because of how fucking stupidly wide it is, and you need literally the whole road to drift it properly. We're bringing the luxury drift. Yeah, I know Quasi likes the BMWs and the Cadillac. Well, I know you like the... Yeah, you definitely like the BMWs. I don't know about the Cadillac. Many revolutions every... Yeah.
In 100 meters, turn sharp right.
If only the car was longer, that's what I'm saying. Oh, we're struggling. JK, it was all part of the plan. Oop, 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 oop. We lost the road and locked the fronts. I really do have to get the differentials on the fronts looser. The absolute silliness. It is. I thought you'd get a kick out of this. We're drifting a Cadillac limo. With Neon Cat on it. Obviously, a necessary feature. Oh, oversend? Nope, 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 we're good. A Neon Cadillac, you get it. Oh, that's my favorite corner when you're drifting the mountain. It's just so long, and if you plant it right, it just... you get to follow that curve all the way to completion. Black shoes, black hat, Cadillac. I assumed that was Sharp Dressed Man, but at the same time, I don't drive it 'cause my wallet's fat. Oh, yeah, oversend, oversend, oversend. We recover.
In 400 meters.
You know what I think the problem is? There's not enough car, actually, to drift.
Turn right.
I certainly completed when you took that corner. It was a good one. Thank you for noticing.
Arrive at your destination.
I really did plant it properly. Oh. Damn. Alright, team. I've been here for the scheduled 4 hours. And I won't deny it. I'm feeling a little hungry. Looking forward to some more treats. And let's check who's on. Let's raid. Let's get it. Shout out to Larkin for the raid. Hungry, yeah. I have a sudden hunger. Sort of like I did right at the beginning of the stream, which is appropriate, 4 hours ago. Feeling a little hung. Couldn't be me. Humble Quill energy over here. Thanks for the stream, of course. Thank you all for joining me. Honestly, before we wrap, I had a fucking
Nom nom nom.
stellar day today. Thank you all for joining me on this very, very particularly standout of a day. And I just enjoyed a lot of the banter, a lot of the chat we had going on. I know I got preoccupied with some of the lifting and stuff. Thank you all for just tolerating that and enjoying the company. But yeah, I really enjoy hearing from you. I adore all of you so much. I love your energy. Thank you all for being here. And let's see where we can raid out to. Hoodie Inu's on. I do enjoy Hoodie Inu's energy. Who else do we have? Yeah, I like Hoodie Inu as far as the options available. So I'm going to go ahead and raid him. Hoodie Inu's fun. He's been playing a lot of Pokemon. What's he up to right now, actually? Oh, he's doing more Pokemon. There you go. Well, the thing I like most about Hoodie Inu is that he's actually just a sweetheart. Every time I roll in, raid or not, he's good energy, very kind. He's right up. I know he's right up Nal's alley. He's got a very fun avatar. For any of you, we were talking about muscles a little bit earlier. For any of you who just really adore the big man muscle aesthetic, Hoodie Inu's model is rocking it. It's great, very bouncy, very fun. And like I said, he's a sweetheart. So I think that's where we're gonna go. We do a lot of stunt driving on this channel, but always obey your local traffic laws. We play a little horror on occasion, but always be kind. And before we go, let me just get that raid set up. Sort of prematurely went into my outro there. That's okay, we'll just pull out and try again. Oh yes, and he just started too, so that's perfect. Alrighty. Buenos nachos, I recognize you. Hello, daring traveler. Thank you for the follow. We want a more calming vibe. Voidhound is live, but Hoodie is nice, a nice buff, sweetie. I like Hoodie. Of all the people in your circle so far, Null, Inu's my favorite. I just like his energy. Like I said, he's a sweetheart. Not to say anything bad about Tiger or Jarek. Of course, they're fun streamers, but I like Inu's vibe. Okay. What was I saying? Always be kind. Always obey your local traffic laws. And until next time, which will be tomorrow for Community MechWarrior Online, Bojaz will not be joining us, so we've got some extra space. I believe Stone Steve is going to be there. So we're going to have Steve with us. Bob, Moose, if you're available, feel free to join. We'll be doing loot boxes. The event is wrapping up soon, so we don't have much time, and I've got about 100 loot boxes to get. So I might be playing again on Wednesday. We'll see. Or maybe I'll do a little bit. Maybe I'll wrap Fear and Hunger a little bit early. Oh, we're feeling thirsty. We want just a little bit of sippies before we go. I don't know if I have time. We're going to try. I don't have time for the rest of the outro, though. You're just getting sippies. So, just a reminder from this humble horn hog to stay moist, road hogs.